And welcome to Freshman Volleyball today from Lorain High School. It's a non-conference match between the Wellington Dukes and your Lorain Titans. Alongside Joe Bach, my name's Rob Polinsky. Lorain has the white jerseys with the blue shorts. And for the Dukes, it's their maroon jerseys and black shorts. For Wellington, they are coached by Shelley Beck. And they are 1-5 on the campaign. And for Lorain in her second season, coaching the freshmen, it is Devin Bray, and Lorain comes in with a record of 4-4. The Dukes will start by serving, and serving will be Courtney Crossy. So we're just about set to begin. Mark Penna, one of our officials, he's the official that is standing up. And they're just going over some last-second changes here, Joe. But it is freshman volleyball with non-conference with Wellington coming to Lorain.
Actually, Rob, we'll be doing all three of them tonight.
So we'll have a freshman, JV, and varsity triple header here.
Yeah, it'll all be on the same stream. So if you're tuning in and out, it'll be the same link. So yeah, join us when you can, and yeah, it should be some exciting volleyball.
And while we've got a second here, while we have got a minute to go over a few of the rules for you, in the freshman and the JV matches, it'll be 2 sets out of 3 or 2 games out of 3, however you want to look at it. And again, they play to 25. You must win by 2 points or more. And there is a point awarded on every serve. So that's how that works. So you
called rally scoring?
Rally scoring. You take a look at the scores table. And we are just about set to begin now. So freshman volleyball, game 1 on WLCS TV 20. And Courtney Crossy with the serve. That will go into the net. And Lorain gets the 1-0 lead on the missed serve. And now serving for the Titans, it'll be Jasena Baez. So Baez. Good serve, gets it over. It's sent back to the Lorain side, but out of bounds. So it's a 2-0 Lorain lead. And putting that out of bounds was Katie Stannard for Wellington. Stannard got it over, but it was not in bounds. So Baez and Lorain up 2-0 will get the serve. Although the scoreboard says 2-1. I wonder if maybe there was a point awarded before the match, Joe, and maybe that's why there was a slow start to this.
Maybe a book error or something?
Yeah, it could be, because there was quite a lengthy discussion at the scores table. And Baez will send it over to the Wellington side. There's a set, and from the left side of the front row, putting it into the net for the Dukes. Not able to get it over was Arlie Bowman. And we'll go with what the scoreboard says.
Yeah.
And it's 3-1.
Yeah, scoreboard. We got that in the lower right-hand portion of the screen there.
So Baez set the serve. She's right in the middle, obviously behind the line. And there's an excellent serve, and that's 4-1. Unable to get it over was Katie Stannard. She tried to pass it ahead, but Baez is a really good server, and it's probably why she's starting off serving for Lorain, Joe.
An ace there.
Yes. Get a look at the freshman. Game 1, freshman volleyball. And there's an ace that's coming up, and it went right over, is Sophia Lyon. Lyon came up for the Dukes to play that, but it was over her head, and it went in bounds. So 5 consecutive serves for Baez. I should say 4, because the first point was a missed serve on Wellington. 4 consecutive serves for Baez gives her team a 5-1 lead. Baez sends it deep, and that's right on the line, and that is in, as Joe mentions. That's an ace, 6-1. Wellington thought that was going out of bounds. It landed right on the line, Joe. Baez, excellent placement, 6-1.
Boy, nothing special here. She's just getting the ball in consistency.
But you know what I like about her? She's hitting them long, she's hitting them short, hitting them to the wide side, kind of going a little bit everywhere. So keeping Wellington guessing, unable to put that one forward.
That one had a little spin on it.
Yeah, it did. We don't have a number 8 for the freshman, so not sure who that libero is for Wellington, but it's 7-1. Lorain leads. The different color jersey, obviously, is the libero for each team. Baez again, 7-1. Make it 8-1. And I wonder if the Dukes are going to take a timeout here.
Good call there, Coach. Yep,
Yeah.
timeout Wellington.
Yeah, they need to talk things over, don't they?
Yes, they do.
And try to slow the rhythm of Baez down. I've talked to you about this before, Joe, over the years of us doing this, and this is just my own observation. I don't know if there's anything to it or not, but I think of serving as almost like free throw shooting in basketball. I think you have to have just that same rhythm, and whatever you do each and every time. I don't care if you bounce it 2 or 3 times and take a deep breath. You know what? However you do it, I think you need to do that every time. And right now, Baez is in a real rhythm.
And that's
for
why
Lorain.
Yeah, right, Rob. And that's why a lot of teams will call timeout to try to get you out of the rhythm, or your placement right there. You're in a rhythm, and then all of a sudden timeout. But we'll see if this works to the Lady Dukes' advantage here.
Oh, we're good. We're good. There's Mr. Penna, and he's Mark Penna there. We know him from his basketball officiating days, Joe.
Oh, yeah.
Good to see
okay.
him here. Yeah, we saw. He says, "What are you doing here?" And I said, "Well, I could ask the same of you." So Mark, longtime basketball official, is officiating the
usually
volleyball tonight.
Different view. Usually I'm seeing him with the front with the whistle.
Right. Well, we still got the whistle. So Baez will send it over, and that's played by the Dukes. They get it over. Baez to dig it out, middle of the front row, and Wellington can't get it over. Unable to put that over was Caitlin Pickering, and it's 9-1 Lorain. For the Titans in the front row, Olivia Charlton, Tegan Vajegas. As Baez serves. Again, puts it over well. Wellington now with a set, and from the right side of the front row, they hit it, but I believe somebody was into the net. And that will be Wellington's service. One of the young ladies from Lorain was into the net there, and it makes it 9-2, but 9 points for Lorain. They get the early big lead here.
Yeah, what was it, Rob? Was it 1-1 at the beginning of the match?
Well, 1-0 is what.
1-0. Okay.
Yeah, Wellington, according to the scoreboard. So they must have gotten some kind of, like you guessed, maybe the bookwork or something was wrong. And now we're going to award a point to Wellington for another violation on Lorain. Makes it 9-3.
Yeah, that's like not a rotation error, but a player placement error.
Yes.
I know there's a more technical term for that. And the referee explaining it to the Lorain coach right now.
And that Lorain coach is Devin Bray in her second year as freshman coach. And boy, you gotta love you gotta love her T-shirt that she's got on today, Joe.
Do I have to?
Well, I've just noticed coming in here that just about everybody associated with Lorain today as I walk in, everybody that's not named Joe Bach is all supporting Cleveland Browns shirts. Serve is going to be dug out here by the Titans. And from the back row, Baez can't send it over, and it makes it 9-4. So 3 consecutive points for Wellington. They've got a long way to go, but it still is very early in game 1, being 9-4. Games go to 25. And it's sent to the back row, Baez. There's a set, and from the left side of the front row, Vajegas sends it over. Baez dives for it, can't get there. It's 9-5.
Yeah, so far a game of streaks here.
Yes, it is. Jayla Kirksey in there for the Lorain Titans. And there's an ace, 9-6. 5 consecutive points for Wellington. Game 1, 2 games out of 3. Go to 25. Lorain led early 9-1. Wellington has cut it to 9-6, and they still serve.
Yeah, it looks like Wellington's was able to shake off those early game jitters there.
And the line drive serve into the net makes it 10-6 Lorain, and that's 2 missed serves. And you know what, Joe, in a close game, that can be the difference.
Oh, yeah, those unforced errors always seem to have a way to come back to haunt you.
Demaya Clayton to serve for Lorain. Clayton with a nice line drive serve, and the Dukes aren't able to run that down. It went off the hands of Addison Bias and Katie Stannard, and it makes it 11-6 Lorain. Again, the serve this time by Clayton is played by the Dukes, and hitting it over on the third time is Courtney Crossy. Set for the Titans, and sending it over the net is Alana Coleman. And a good dive, but they can't keep it in bounds as it goes out of bounds. Jayla Kirksey diving there for the Titans, but unable to get it over the net. 11-7. Lorain with the lead here, as you see in the lower half of the right-hand corner of your television. And another violation on the Titans, and it makes it 11-8. And I think Coach Bray now wants to ask about it, or at least talk to her young ladies about what they've got going on. Looks like
there's certain
got her
lines,
line
and
now.
they have to stay within those limits.
I'm a lot of things, Joe, but a volleyball coach or referee, I am not. So,
well, the back row can't come
correct
to the 10-foot line. It can't,
right.
Especially at the beginning of the serve. I mean, it's.
I think you can move around, right? But I think now they're questioning maybe the rotation, because they're over there talking with Pam Jackson, of course, the head softball coach for Lorain. She's over there, and now they're again checking the book. Caprice Irby is the head volleyball coach at Lorain. The assistant coaches are Troy Howell, Serena Rodriguez, and Devin Bray. And Devin Bray with her third year with the program, second year as the head freshman coach. As you see the scores table there, going over things with one of our referees. As while we await that, we can let you know that the Cleveland Clinic Sports Medicine is proud to be the official medical provider for Lorain Schools Athletics. Cleveland Clinic's team of sports medicine specialists deliver high-quality care to all athletes, from high school athletes to the Cavaliers and Guardians. Visit clevelandclinic.org/sportsmedicine, clevelandclinic.org/sportsmedicine to learn more.
A little slow on that there, Rob. I got the graphic up now.
Oh, there you go.
Coming back to the action here.
I think I surprised you a little bit with that, but figured while we had a minute, sneak them in for the sponsor.
Sure, absolutely.
That's the sales manager in me.
Oh, there you go.
Charlton sends it over for the Titans. Back over to the Lorain side, and with the set, that time that was Alana Coleman. It goes into the net, and the point goes to Wellington, and all of a sudden, Lorain just has a 2-point lead, Joe, at 11-9.
Wow.
So the Dukes with a big comeback, and it'll be Kaylin Pickering to serve. Pickering, line drive serve, an ace.
Wow.
Nice line drive serve by Pickering. 11-10, the Dukes are a point away from tying it. They don't list the heights here, but Pickering looks to be a tall young lady, especially for a 9th grader. And that serve is a line drive, and it goes out of bounds, too strong. And it's 12-10 Titans. That one was close to being played by one of the Titans in the back row.
Yeah, luckily most of the team yelled out. So
Tegan Vajegas to serve. Vajegas with an excellent line drive serve that's played from the back row. And for the Dukes, sending it over that time was Sophia Lyon. And Dukes aren't able to run it down from about the midcourt. And that was for Wellington, Courtney Crossy, that wasn't able to come up with that. It makes it 13-10 Titans. Vajegas with an excellent serve once again. Crossy sends it over, but she sends it almost to the Lorain bench out of bounds. I think with her being kind of back, with her back to the net and then twisting around, she kind of lost where she was on the court. 14-10 Lorain. Vajegas with a good deep serve, and that's in. 15-10. So between Vajegas and Baez, Lorain has a couple of really good servers here, Joe.
They do.
So 15-10. A little more than halfway through game one, and Vajegas puts it into the net, gives Wellington the point, 15-11. put it in play. Line drive and the set. And from the right side of the front row, Olivia Charlton sends it over to the Duke side. Left side of the front row for Wellington, that's Addison Baez. And putting it into the net for Lorain, unable to send it over, was Alana Coleman. 15-12 Titans. Game 1, freshman volleyball. From the back row, Baez. The set from Jayla Kirksey. Over to the Duke side, middle of the front row. The kill is nicely done. And the point is awarded to Kaney Stannard. And it's 15-13. Titan lead is cut to 2. And it's a couple times now they've cut this to 2. 11, well, I actually cut it to 1 at 11-10. That's as close as they've been. After the 9-1 start for Lorain, but as Joe mentioned earlier, this first game has been a game of streaks. And that serve is out of bounds. Lorain gets the point and leads 16-13. From the third shot from the back row, trying to get it over, unable to do so, was Kaylin Pickering. Point Lorain, they lead 17-13. And going back to serve for the Lady Titans is Olivia Charlton. Charlton to the back row for the Dukes. The set there in the middle of the front row by Crossy, and unable to get it over inbounds, where the Dukes makes it 18-13. So they get close, and Lorain to this point has had the answer in game 1. Joe, I always like to tell you what grade the kids are in, but that's kind of redundant in the freshman game, isn't it?
It is.
So there's a well-played ball from the middle of the front row. Putting it over is Alana Coleman. But she was into the net.
Oh.
So that will make it. The point goes to Wellington, and it's 18-14.
See if that comes back. Wow, it was a big swing there.
Mm-hmm. Baez, left side of the front row. She'll get a chance to send it over. She does so. Well done off the left hand of Pickering, who was kind of cheating up. And Lorain gets the point, and they go out in front 19-14. Substitution for the Titans. It is Demaya Clayton coming in. And serving is Alana Coleman. And Coleman was a violation on the Titans because it hit the net, went over. You're allowed to do that, but something before the...
I think it might have hit the antenna, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Because it's got to be between the antennas and can't touch them.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. Because it was awful close.
Stannard puts it into the net, so a couple of missed serves, and it's 20-15 Lorain.
Hey, after the first set, Rob, we have an important message from, not mine, but your Cleveland Browns.
Is that what I'm reading, or is that?
No, it's one they
provided.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. 20-15. Serve goes into the net, and that was Jalea Kirksey unable to put it in play. 20-16 Lorain. Come on, Joe, just admit it. We know you're rooting for the Browns tonight. It's okay.
No. Most of my family's from Western PA, so always have been a Steeler fan. Sorry.
We like you anyway. Middle of the front row, Clayton will send it over. And for the Dukes playing that was Pickering. And the point will go to Wellington, makes it 20-17.
Another big point here.
Yep.
Lady Dukes closed it within 3.
And it will be Courtney Crossy to serve. Her team down 3, as Joe just mentioned. Good line drive serve. That's dug out beautifully by Vajegas for Lorain. And the set, now they're going to set up Baez, but that set was too far to her left. She was unable to play it, and the Dukes are within 2. So a good first game here out of our freshmen, 2 out of 3, 20-18. And unable to play that forward was Tegan Vajegas, 20-19. Lorain with a 1-point lead. And again, remember, yes, we played at 25, but you must win by 2. So you can't win a game 25-24. And as close as this one has been, who knows?
Wow.
And now we are tied at 20. This is the first tie since it was 1-1. Lorain, after it was 1-1, scored 8 consecutive points to go up 9-1. And there's an ace off the top of the net. And Wellington has their second lead of game 1 at 21-20. They had a 1-0 lead before we even started. There must have been some kind of a violation on the Titans before the match started. There's a long, deep serve. And from the middle of the front row, sending it over is Baez. She hits that wide, and the Dukes lead by 2.
Well, Lorain not calling a timeout.
And Wellington 3 points away from game 1. And again,
what a comeback.
2 out of 3. This would be big, although that one is wide, and the Titans get the point, and now they can serve to tie it at 22. And it'll be the young lady who was very good at starting off this game, Jasenia Baez, to serve. Baez hits it into the net, and Wellington leads 23-21.
Wow.
That was just inches from going over. And now 2 points from game 1. It'll be the Dukes trying to serve it out as their libero is back there to serve. To the back row. Played ahead. Charlton sends it over, and that's a point for Lorain. Nice job by Olivia Charlton. And the Titans are within a point.
Beautiful placement.
23-22, Wellington. Boy, after a 9-1 start for Lorain, who would have thought we'd be at 23-22? But volleyball is a funny game, Joe, of momentum.
Sure is.
Alana Coleman comes into the middle of the front row for Lorain. And serving will be Demaya Clayton. And she serves that in, an ace, and we're tied at 23. It's our third tie of this match. Clayton to serve to give Lorain the lead. From the back row. Set and sent over. Dug out nicely. Charlton for Lorain. Sets it up middle of the front row. It's dug out. That's Pickering from the middle of the front row. Sending it over for the Dukes was Crossy. Olivia Charlton right back to the Duke side. This is a big point because we're tied at 23. And hitting it into the net is Addison Baez, and Lorain is at game point. Wow. Interesting, Joe. On 23-23, we had arguably our longest rally of game 1.
We did.
And Demaya Clayton to try to give Lorain the win. Crossy sets up Pickering, sends it over. Dug out, Baez will send it over. Again, the Dukes have it. Crossy set for the Dukes, and they're able to tie it at 24. Nice job that time. Addison Baez makes it 24-24, and that's going to mean this game 1 will go to at least 26 points. As we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, you can't win by 1 point. So
volleyball's overtime.
Yes, it is. And we're going to get a violation here on that. What a huge time for that.
Oh, we've had 4 of those.
Yeah, so Lorain now trails 25-24.
We've had 4 of those.
And Devin Bray is talking with her team as the official is explaining what that violation was and what a huge part that is.
Sure is.
And now it's game point for Wellington. Lorain had a game point a little earlier. And serving will be Kaylin Pickering, puts it into the net. We're tied at 25.
Ooh.
We'll continue. Breathe, Joe, breathe. Tegan Vajegas for Lorain. to try to give the Titans the lead, and she does, 26-25. And it will be game point number 2 for Lorain. Each team with an opportunity to win this first game. Can Lorain seal it here? Tegan Vajegas. Mark Penna says put it in play. She does. Middle of the front row. And Addison Bias puts it out of bounds, and Lorain wins game 1. And a really good game, 27-25, Joe. We had a tie at 1, at 20, at 23, 24, and 25. Lorain with the final 3 points of game 1 to win it 27-25 after they were down game point 25-24.
Oh, yeah. So glad that rotation, that
didn't come back,
didn't come back, because that would have been terrible, because they need to get that straightened out, because they give up 4 points in that set there.
That's true.
So anyway.
So game 1 goes to Lorain. They take a 27-25. We'll return for game 2 right after this timeout. You're watching Freshman Volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television.
Teller. September is Attendance Awareness Month. Did you know that missing school can significantly decrease your chances of graduating high school? Stay in the game by showing up to school on time and ready to learn. The Browns are always behind you.
Every one of us starts out as a wide-eyed recruit, myself included. If I could go back, I'd tell that kid, get ready. You're gonna serve alongside some amazing people. They're gonna become like family to you. And together, you'll see and do things that'll help change the world. That'll change you. One day, you're gonna look up and be a better you. And this nation will be better for it too. I'm General Dave Goldfein. Come join us. Your nation is waiting.
Every year, the Salvation Army serves nearly 30 million people in need. That's one person every second. So by the time you've finished watching this, 30 more lives will have been changed for good. All thanks to your donations.
Thank you.
It's not just the ships, the armor, or the aircraft. It's something more. It's the will to fight and determination to win, found inside each and every Marine that answers a nation's call. Battles won.
And there you see the Lorain Titans break from their huddle as we get set to begin game 2. Titans won an exciting game 1, 27-25. Rob Polinsky, Joe Bach here with you. Freshman volleyball from Lorain High School, non-conference between 2 Lorain County schools. It's the Lorain Titans and the Wellington Dukes. And Joe, I think this is about as far north and south as you can be.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah,
I was trying to think of that today. Maybe Avon Lake, but I don't. Might be just a touch further north than.
Yeah, because that's
Lorain.
Northeast.
Right. I don't know. But
no, you're right. But yeah, this
is the Battle of Route 58, right?
There you go. Yeah.
So beginning to serve will be Jasenia Baez for the Lorain Titans as we begin game 2.
Yeah, you know what? Somebody pointed this out to me. Since COVID, remember they used to switch benches and everything. They don't do that anymore.
Oh, okay.
So they always play on the same side. Like,
right.
You're
right. I guess
Yeah.
I didn't think of it, or it's my first match of the year. Maybe I just forgot that.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Up official says ready, and we're set for set 2.
And that top official is Mark Penna, so Baez set to begin, and Lorain with the serve, looking for a 2-game sweep. In the middle of the front row, sending it over for the Dukes was Addison Baez, and Baez, I should say, and that's Baez for Lorain. She hits it over, but out of bounds. Great effort. But Wellington takes a 1-0 lead. In that first game, Wellington led 21-20, 23-21, 23-22, 25-24, but Lorain scored the last 3 points. And now it's 2-0 Dukes. And serving for the freshman Dukes is Courtney Crossy. Wellington in their maroon jerseys with the black shorts. Lorain white jerseys with blue shorts. And hitting into the net was Olivia Charlton. Wellington with their biggest lead of the evening, and that's 3-0 here in game 2. So Crossy hits that into the net. Lorain gets their first point, makes it 3-1. And Wellington had more missed serves than Lorain did in game 1, Joe, but as you mentioned, Lorain had several defensive violations that would give points to Wellington.
Yeah, there you had 4 points off of player placement errors.
Demea Charlton sends it over. That's Pickering, gets it ahead to Crossy. She'll set it, and unable to put it over on the third hit was Sophia Lyon, and it's 3-2 Wellington. So Wellington looking to send this to a third game if they can get the win. Lorain obviously trying to end this in 2 and get to go over the 500 mark. Lorain 4-4, Wellington 1-5 on the young season. Line drive over the net, that's sent, but out of bounds. But playing that ahead was Kiera Phillips. We found out in between games Kiera Phillips is the libero for Wellington. So the Titans with 3 consecutive points have tied it. See if Demea Clayton can keep this going. Phillips plays it ahead. Middle of the front row, Crossy sets up Pickering. Her kill attempt is dug out nicely by the Titans. Sent right back to the Wellington side. Left side of the front row, Baez sends it over and in, and the Dukes take a 4-3 lead. And let me correct myself, that was Arlie Bowman with the kill for the Dukes. 4-3. Phillips, nice line drive serve, just got over the net. Vajegas played it over to Charlton, who sends it over. Now left side of the front row for Wellington, hitting it out of bounds. Too long was Addison Baez. We're tied at 4. So a good start to this game for both teams. Good even start, and Tegan Vajegas can't get it over the net. Wellington takes a 5-4 lead. Pickering, back row, hits it too far, and being able to put it over is Alana Coleman. So Pickering hit that too far. She was trying to pass it to a teammate. Coleman right there was able to easily kill that. So we are tied at 5. And that's Olivia Charlton you're looking at there, setting the serve. Charlton with a nice deep serve. It's played to the back row. Pickering digs it out, and the Dukes get it over, but out of bounds. Well, you're doing a good job of trying to get that for her team was Sophia Lyon.
Yeah, nice hustle there.
Yes, it was, but she hit it out of bounds. 6-5. Lorain. Lyon digs it out, hits it out of bounds. Look out, the standard right there. As running into that, trying to get to it was Courtney Crossy of Wellington. 7-5 Titans. For the Titans, this is their biggest lead of game 2. There's an ace on a miscommunication for Wellington. And the Titans have scored 4 consecutive points to take an 8-5 lead in game 2 as they continue to look for the 2-game sweep. Lyon puts it into the net, 9-5 Lorain. Right side of the front row. Sophia Lyon for Wellington sends it over. That's Baez for Lorain, who gets the point for the Titans. And Lorain on a pretty good roll here with 6 consecutive points.
They are.
As Coach Devin Bray gives instructions to Olivia Charlton, who's set to serve. Charlton, good deep serve. It's played by Crossy, left side of the net, dug out nicely by Isabella Reddick for Lorain. And that point will go to Wellington. But Isabella Reddick with the play makes it 10-6.
Yeah, double hit there.
For Wellington, going back to service, Daisy Bachmore. In the back row, Titans play it ahead. Sent back over to the Duke side. Crossy, right side of the front row. Reddick will dig it out for the Titans. There's the set from the back row. Titans hit it over, but out of bounds. 10-7. Titans lead is 3. We're in game 2 as Lorain won game 1 in a thriller, 27-25. Baez, left side of the front row. Middle of the front row, it's sent back
nice.
And dug out nicely at the net. That battle that time goes to Wellington, but hitting it back over is Alana Coleman. And then we get a whistle and point will go to Wellington.
Lorain was in the net.
10-8. So the Dukes have scored 3 in a row. And much like the first game, got some big momentum swings in the second game, albeit not as big as the first game to this point, but still, each team getting some momentum. Lorain had 6 consecutive points, now 4 in a row for Wellington. Dug out by Charlton. There's the set for Baez, left side of the front row. Dug out by the Dukes, Crossy with the set, and hitting it over for Wellington is Baez. Now Baez for Lorain sends it to the back row, Pickering, Crossy in the middle of the front row, sending it over was Katie Stannard, and Lorain will get the point. It's 11-8 Titans. Right side of the front row for the Dukes, getting it over is Addison Baez. And now Baez for Lorain sends it back to the Dukes. Left side of the front row. Dukes get it over. There's a set, and there was a miss hit, a double hit, says official Mark Penna on the Titans. Then that'll make it 11-9. Give the point to the Dukes. They're within 2. Addison Baez. It's over. What do we have here? Oh, it looks like now we've got a defensive or a rotation alignment error on Wellington, like we saw on Lorain a few times. I think that's the first time they called that on the Dukes.
Yeah, the down official very observant, paying close attention to that. And about midway through the season, and so she should.
Jayla Kirksey with a line drive serve. You know, you're at the freshman level here, Joe. So
that's another one.
You know, it's still kind of a teaching thing, right? You're your first year of high school, just kind of getting used to everything. So I would imagine at this level you see more of it than you would maybe at the JV or the varsity. Just Jayla Kirksey to serve for Lorain, her team up 13-9. Battle at the net, and that time it's going to be won by Demea Clayton. And the Titans, they lead 14-9. And that's Clayton from the middle of the front row again.
Great net play.
Yes, twice in a row she wins that battle. 15-9, Lorain. That serve does not get over the net by Kirksey, and it's 15-10 Titans. Serving will be Katie Stannard for Wellington. Hits that deep and just out of bounds. Boy, that was close.
Yeah.
It's 16-10. It was kind of interesting, Joe, because it was close twice. It was close to the pack line and
Right, exactly.
and going wide. But it was just out of bounds, and Lorain leads 16-10. And now going back to serve is Yesenia Baez, who has done an excellent job serving so far today. Baez sends it and unable to dig that out were the Dukes as it went off the left hand of Kaylin Pickering, and her teammates couldn't save her, so it's 17-10 Lorain. Joe, is this your first chance to see the freshmen?
No, we've had them on a couple times already on TV 20, and I've liked what I've seen so far.
Yep. And Phillips from the back row did a great job for Wellington for keeping that in play. And from the left side of the front row, Olivia Charlton with a kill across court, 18-10. Again, we'll have freshman, JV, and varsity today. And it'll be on the same stream. Joe's real good at telling you how to get all that stuff.
You know, if you're watching now, just come back if you leave.
There's a thought.
Or you could just stay with us.
There's another thought. That's even a better thought, Joe.
There you go.
Baez will send it over and beautifully sent back by the Wellington Dukes as they get a set from the right side. And there's Pickering, left side of the front row, dug out from Jayla Kirksey.
That's in.
Sent over, and it's in for Lorain. They lead 19-10.
Wow. Perfect placement.
So Kirksey dug that out, set up her offense. They lead 19-10. And Lorain is taking control of game two here as they look for the two-game sweep at this freshman level. Baez, that's sent over by the Dukes, doing a good job that time for Wellington with Stannard. Battle at the net, and Pickering will put it off the stanchion above the...
the gym divider.
Yes, thank you, the gym divider. That's probably a better term for it. 20-10, Lorain's doubled them up.
Yeah, if that was the second hit, it comes down on your side, they could play it, but that was the third, and yeah, Lorain's point.
Baez to serve, up 20-10. Line drive serve, that is going to be a point as Wellington can't pass it ahead to the setter. And rule number one, Joe, you got to dig out the serve, but then you got to be able to pass it to your setter. Unable to do so, 21-10. Good deep serve, and that time Baez can't play it. It's 22-10 Lorain.
Yeah, Wellington is not going to utilize any of their timeouts, it appears.
Get two for each team each game. There's a long serve that is too long. It's out of bounds, and it's 22-11 Lorain, but Wellington with a long way to come back.
Yeah, Lorain needs 3 points to win the match.
Dukes serving to try to stay in it. Dug out nicely by Charlton, but can't get it over the net, 22-12. Wellington needs a lot more of that if they're going to get back into it. It's Courtney Crossy serving, her team down by 10 points in game two. Crossy puts it into the net, and Lorain is 2 points away from the match. And trying to do just that is Demea Clayton. Her team up 23-12. Clayton to the back row, and the Dukes aren't able to play it as that fell between Baez and Stannard, and we're at match point.
12 of them.
Hopefully they don't need 12 of them. Lorain a point away from going 5-4 and over the 500 mark this year. Service dug out. Pickering from the back row, can't pass it ahead. Crossy's got to get it over on the third hit. She does so. Here's a set for the match. Clayton puts it over, dug out by Crossy. And now Crossy again will put it over. She does. Baez from the back row, set. And from the middle of the front row, unable to put it down was Coleman. And we've got somebody into the net, I think. Let's see.
Yeah, Lorain's in the net.
Okay, so the Dukes get the point at 24-13. That's all right, Joe. They're just setting us up for a big dramatic match point.
I will say that should be a point of emphasis for the Lady Titans. It's been a problem all year. A lot of Lady Titans in the net.
Kiera Phillips to serve for Wellington. Phillips to the back row, played ahead by Lorain. Now Crossy with the set. And from the left side of the front row, they put it into the net, and there's the match. And Wellington falls to Lorain 25-13 in a game 2. So, Joe, it was 27-25 Lorain and 25-13 Lorain. First game much closer than the second game, but nice job as the two teams get together to shake hands. You'll see them gather as they go to their sidelines for a minute, but Lorain wins it 27-25 and 25-13, and game 2 was interesting because Wellington took a 3-0 lead, and then the Lorain Titans would come back to tie it at 4. We were tied at 5, and then Lorain went on a nice run to make it 10-5. Wellington would cut it to 10-8, and then 11-9, and 11-9 is as close as they would get because they were outscored 14-4 the remainder of the way. From 11-9, the Lorain Titans stretched that out to 15-9. After a point for Wellington made it 15-10, another good run of 7 consecutive points for Lorain to go up 22-10, and then the teams kind of traded points back and forth before Lorain eventually won it 25-13. But, Joe, that's going to about do it for game 1 of our triple header for the freshmen as the JVs get set to warm up. So, do we need to take a timeout in this game? Or
we'll just sign off from here, and we'll put a timer up on the board, and we'll catch you for the JV match coming up very shortly.
All right, so once again, your final score. It was Lorain over Wellington in 2 games, 27-25, 25-13. And for your Lorain freshmen, they go to 5-4. Wellington drops to 1-6 on the season. For Joe Bach, this is Rob Polinsky. You've been watching Freshman Girls Volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television. And welcome to Junior Varsity Volleyball from Lorain High School. Alongside Joe Bach, I'm Rob Polinsky. The Wellington Dukes, the visiting team, comes in with a record of 2-8 to take on the 4-6 Lorain Titans. Jack Cullivan is the head junior varsity coach for Wellington. And the head JV coach is Serena Rodriguez for Lorain in her 7th season. And it will be Wellington to start by serving, and their first, there's an ace, has an excellent serve that time. Young lady that played in the JV or in the freshman game, Courtney Crossy, and it's 1-0 Wellington. For Lorain, that was Virginia Phillips. Virginia Phillips wasn't able to put it over the net. Dug out nicely. Phillips then puts it into the net, 2-0 Wellington. So Virginia Phillips is out there along with Jahida Figueroa on the left side of the front row for the Titans. Trying to get you the names. You have Concepcion is out there, and I think that one just went off of her, makes it 3-0. I do have a jersey. Okay, that's Olivia Charlton on the left side of the front row. She played in the freshman and has a new jersey. She's number 12 for the JV. So Olivia Charlton, we saw her in the freshman wearing 28. She's number 12. She's on the left side of that front row. 3-0, and we get a whistle. And I don't think they were ready to put it in play yet.
Nope.
Courtney Crossy.
Do over?
Yeah, we'll reserve. Her team up 3-0. Mark Penna, one of the officials, says go ahead and put it in play. Mark in his first year as a volleyball official. Sharon Hakati is the other official here today. Dukes play it. That's Crossy with the set. And from the middle of the front row, sending that over for the Dukes that time. And we're going to get a point for Wellington, and it's 4-0. As Kaylin Pickering sent that over that time. And it's 4-0. So the Dukes off to a good start here. Freshmen went to Lorain in 2 games. And the start of this JV match, Wellington with the early 4-0 lead, but Wellington gets their first point, or I should say Lorain gets their first point of the match, as the Dukes aren't able to dig that out. And trying to do so is Katie Stannard. It's 4-1 Wellington. And serving for the Titans is Penelope Wallace. Wallace with a nice line drive serve that's played. Crossy with the set. Right side of the front row hitting that, and out of bounds long. Just a little long that time was Katie Dickinson. But that ball, now they're saying, was tipped, so the point will go to Wellington.
Oh.
Lorain tipped it from the back row, and it's 5-1 Wellington with the point and the lead. And now coming in the serve for the Dukes. Well, I don't have a 24. I believe that's Kiara Phillips, because she wore number 8 in the freshman. I think she's 24 here for the JV. So we'll go with Kiara Phillips. It's 5-2. Lorain gets the point. Serving for the Titans, Virginia Phillips. Virginia sends it to the back row. Dug out and sent over nicely by the Dukes.
Wow.
Phillips from the back row plays it ahead. And from the middle of the front row for Lorain at that time, sending it over was Demaya Clayton. And the Titans are going to get the point. They trail 5-3.
Yeah, that was some hit from the back row.
Yeah, it was. And that was Ella Postlethwaite who hit it for Wellington from that back row. Keep it play. Great line drive serve. Postlethwaite from the back row again sends it over. And from the back line for Lorain, Postlethwaite with a great dive and a save, Joe.
Wow.
Sent over by the Dukes. And Lorain now on the third hit. Well, great volley here.
This is.
And from the right side of the front row, Dukes sent it over. And they're going to get the, no, they don't get the point. Lorain is able to dig it out, but a double hit, says official Mark Penna. 6-3 Wellington.
That was a great volley.
Joe, look at how the skill has gone up from the freshman to the JV.
Exactly, yep. Yes, sir.
Back row. Playing it ahead and sending it over on the third hit is Figueroa, and Lorain gets the point.
Oh, get the point on a free ball.
6-4. It was Jahida Figueroa sending it over for the Titans. And for the Titans serving, it's Nia Carter. And we're going to get a violation against Lorain on that serve, and it's 7-4 Wellington.
Yeah, we saw a number of those in the freshman match earlier.
Dukes with the serve. And playing it from the middle of the front row and putting it straight down for Wellington was Peyton Teague, and it's 8-4 Dukes. Lauren Van Adder. Van Adder, a sophomore, will serve. Van Adder, and from the back row, unable to play that ahead, was Liz Alvarez for Lorain, and it's 9-4, but a great effort by Alvarez trying to get to that. So the Dukes, who have not trailed in game two, they've led 4-0, 5-1, and now their biggest lead at 9-4 at 5 points. Alvarez, back row, and calling for it and sending it out of bounds. I think a little miscommunication there for the Titans, and hitting it out of bounds was Jahida Figueroa, and it's now 10-4, Wellington with the lead. Line drive, that from the back row, Alvarez plays, and on the third hit, Lorain, great job of getting it over, and they get the point. And I believe that was Demea Clayton who was able to put that in play and get the point for her team. Coming in to serve for the Titans is Liera Concepcion. Concepcion to the back row, and it's Courtney Crossy for Wellington trying to play it, but they can't get it over, so it's a point for Lorain. They trail 10-6. Game one of our JV match. Again, you play 2 games out of 3. Play to 25, you must win by at least 2. Kiera Phillips back into the lineup for Wellington. Concepcion to serve. To the back row and letting it go overhead, but a line drive inbounds.
Ace.
That's an ace. Ella Postlewaite thought that would go out of bounds. She didn't play it, and it fell on the line, so that's a point for Lorain, and they trail 10-7. Titans getting closer and closer now. 3 consecutive points. They trailed 10-4. They've cut that deficit in half, and hitting it into the net is Concepcion, and that ends that 3-0 modest run and makes it 11-7 Wellington. Serving for the Dukes is Katie Stannard. Right side of the front row for the Dukes. They send it over. Dug out by Alvarez. Middle of the front row. Clayton sends it back over to the Dukes. Digging that out was Van Adder. Sending it over is Stannard. And Concepcion from the back row for Lorain plays it ahead. The set by Van Adder, sent over. Concepcion digs it out. Alvarez now passes to her teammate. Titans send it over on the third hit. Van Adder, instead of setting it, sends it to the Titan side. This time she'll set it. And dug out by the Titans, battle at the net. And for Lorain, they send it over from the back row, Postlewaite. Now Crossy And Lorain hits it out of bounds as Alvarez couldn't set up her teammate, and it's 12-7.
That was a long volley.
And it was well played.
It was.
Both sides. Coach Serena Rodriguez in her 7th year giving instructions to her JV team for Lorain. Jack Cullivan is the head coach for the JVs for Wellington. Serve goes out of bounds, and it's 12-8 Dukes. Liz Alvarez to serve for Lorain. Excellent serve. It's dug out by Wellington. And from the left side of the front row, heading it over was Katie Dickinson. Out of bounds, point to Lorain, and it's 12-9. Dukes out in front here in game 1. Alvarez again, excellently done, and unable to play. That was Peyton Teague, 12-10. Dukes jumped out to a 4-0 lead, and this is as close as Lorain has been since 6-4. They trail 12-10. Alvarez off the top of the net gets the ace, 12-11 Wellington.
Well, those are hard to return.
4 consecutive points for the Titans. Alvarez this time a little higher, and it's going to work as it went off the hands of Tatum Diedrich, and we're tied at 12, and we've got a timeout for the Dukes. Their first timeout. They have 1 remaining. As you look at their junior varsity coach, Jack Cullivan, and his 2-8 Wellington Dukes. And we would like to thank the Northeast Ohio Buick GMC dealers and Joyce Buick GMC for supporting our school this year. Whether you're looking for a new GMC truck or used Buick SUV, drop in at Joyce Buick GMC and check out their inventory for a wide range of new and pre-owned vehicles. Go Titans from Joyce Buick GMC.
Yeah, they've been a long-time sponsor of Lorain Athletics.
Appreciate that very
Shout out
much.
to them.
So tied at 12. It'll be Lorain to serve. Game 1. Alvarez, back row. And for the Dukes, hitting it over was Dickinson, and they'll get the point. And Wellington regains the lead 13-12. For the Dukes, it was Kaylin Pickering coming back in for Peyton Teague. She'll come into the left side of the front row. Concepcion digs it out for the Titans. And with a nice ace, a good kill,
nice.
I should say. A kill is Brajaya Phillips. Brajaya Phillips ties this at 13. Here you go, look at Brajaya.
Found the open spot and just nailed it right there.
Yep. And serving for Lorain will be Jahida Figueroa. Substitution coming in is Olivia Charlton, freshman, playing in both the freshman and the JV matches. And Figueroa with the serve. Dug out, sent over by Postal Weight. There's a set, right side of the front row, and we're going to get a double hit on the Titans. They tried to set up Charlton, but a double hit gives Wellington the point. Dukes leading 14-13 in very close game here in game 1. 2 out of 3. Phillips sends it over to the Dukes side. Here's the set left side of the front row for the Titans, and the Titans are going to get the point as that was Penelope Wallace with the kill. And we are tied at 14.
Back and forth.
Checking in is Alana Coleman. Penelope Wallace to serve. Wallace off the top of the net, and it's an ace, and Lorain gets their first lead of the match. It's 15-14 in game one. And it went off the arm of Postal Weight, 16-14 Lorain. Penelope Wallace. There you see her serving and hit that a little too far. Out of bounds, 16-15 Lorain. Coming in to serve for the Dukes is going to be Kiera Phillips. Kiera to the back row. Close to a double hit on the Titans, I thought, but sending it over is Liz Alvarez. There's a set by Crossy, and dug out nicely from the back row by Penelope Wallace for Lorain, and we're going to get a double hit on the Titans, and we are tied at 16. We wait for us there. You look at the scores table again. Slight delay here. It is official. Sharon Hakati, who was over there checking over the books. She and Mark Penna are in charge of this one. Got to talk with Mark in between matches. Told me first year of officiating varsity volleyball. He is a longtime boys and girls basketball official. Mark, like the rest of us, not getting any younger, so he has
I'm sure he'll be
decided, hey, well, I mean, nobody's getting any younger than I've ever met in my life, Joe.
Well, that's true.
Some get older a little quicker than others, but
Hey, Mark said, what the heck?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll referee some volleyball.
Right.
Yeah. And much appreciated, as there is a shortage of referees here in the state of Ohio and a lot of states around the country. So, yeah, shout out to him. He's giving it a shot. I think he's doing a fine job.
He is. He and Sharon Hakati, as they look over things, make sure that everything is in order here. We've got a minute.
Yeah, well, we got a second.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I want you to mention TV20's drive for...
I've got it right here, yeah. All right, so for TV20, it's the drive to 10,000 followers. Lorain City Schools TV20, right now with 9,400 followers, and you can do it. You can follow and like TV20. TV20 is home of the best high school coverage in Northeast Ohio, media of most school district events, award-winning Titan news, and they are trying to help us out by getting their drive to 10,000 followers. You can follow and like TV20. Please do that.
Yeah, it's a big initiative we're trying to do here. Get to 10,000. Appreciate it if you follow us and like us on Facebook.
Phillips to serve. We're tied at 16 after the lengthy delay, puts it into the net, and Lorain gets the 17-16 lead. Phillips sends over to Kiera Phillips, so it's Brigea Phillips for Lorain, serving to Kiera Phillips of Wellington. Left side of the front row, and getting the point are the Titans.
Done.
Yes, Alana Coleman, 18-16 Titans.
Nice passing and perfect ball placement.
Game one, we're getting towards the latter stages of game one. Phillips to serve, nice jump serve, line drive, well done. And the Dukes, though, do get it over on the third hit. Sending it over that time was Van Adder, the setter.
Oh, nice job staying out of the net, too.
Yes, there's Crossy from the third hit is Van Adder. It's set by Lorain by Figueroa, and the Dukes are going to get the point here, cut it to 18-17. Serving will be Kaylin Pickering. Left side of the front row, Demaya Clayton with the point. 19-17 Titans. Clayton with a good kill there. And coming in for Lorain to serve, this would be Nia Carter. Nia Carter with the serve to about the mid-court. And Van Adder sends it over, dug out by Alvarez from the back row. And on the third hit, the Titans get it over. As doing a good job that time is Demaya Clayton. Dukes can't get it over the net. Lorain has their biggest lead of game one at 20-17. So they are 5 points away from getting game one here. Again, you play 2 out of 3, just like the Freshmen did. And Nia Carter that time unable to get it over the net. Point to Wellington, 20-18.
Well, you say biggest lead is 3. That just shows you how close this first set has been.
Right. Lauren Van Adder, the sophomore for Wellington with the serve. From the right side of the front row, Dukes, I should say the Titans get it over. Van Adder with the set. And at the net, hitting that one just out of bounds, is Peyton Teague. And it's 21-18 Titans. Well, I thought that one was almost so close, I didn't know how you didn't play it, but Titans didn't, and they had a better eye than I do up here. And
they were tempted.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good call.
21-18. Titans with the lead, and going back to serve is Liera Concepcion. She did a good job serving earlier in this game. Concepcion with that line drive. And from the middle of the front row, Dukes mishit it. And it's 22-18. Peyton Teague unable to get it over. Titans are 3 points away from game one. Concepcion that time too far, out of bounds, 22-19. And going back to serve is Katie Stannard. Line drive dug out there, Penelope Wallace. And on the third hit, unable to get it over the net. 22-20. Dukes are within 2. And we've got a timeout for Lorain. So Lorain takes their first timeout of game one. Wellington took one when we were tied at 12, and a chance for Serena Rodriguez in her 7th year. You see her gathered around her team, giving her young ladies instructions as we are in the late stages of game one here as they try to come back. Joe, you want to?
Sure.
It's okay to give you another one of these? All right, for Lorain City Schools TV 20, we want to tell you about the good news about our schools. Like, follow, and subscribe. Updates, pictures, videos, and more. That's Lorain Schools TV 20 on Facebook. At LCS_TV 20 on X.
That's Twitter.
X, or the former Twitter, and or YouTube. You can search the Lorain TV 20, and if you have Spectrum cable, you see it right there on your screen. You check them out on channel 1025.
Yeah, check out our YouTube channel. We've got closing in on 3.1 million views now, and lots of different stuff, all current stuff. We have a lot of classics. Yeah, check us out and follow us as well.
So serving for Wellington is Katie Stannard. Her team down 22-20 in game one. Standard. Deep serve, too deep and out of bounds. 23-20 Titans with the point.
Yeah, huge
and
point.
they're 2 points away from game one. Bridgia Phillips comes back in. And serving will be Liz Alvarez. Her team 2 points away from game one. Alvarez sends it over, played on the left side of the front row. Is it in or out? As from the left side of the front row, putting it over was Penelope Wallace. And
I'm surprised the down official didn't call that one. I know it's the line person's call.
And Mark Penna says it's Lorain point. I think he's talking with Sharon Picotti. And it is going to be Lorain's point, so it's game point for Lorain. Nope.
Well, now they're changing it.
Okay. So they're going to say it's Wellington's point, and that would make it 23-21.
If you're watching, you could rewind that and look at it on our YouTube
now,
channel.
are they going to give Wellington the point on the scoreboard? They took away Lorain's, but they haven't given the point to Wellington
Or is it
yet.
a do-over?
No. Or else if it was a do-over, Wellington or Lorain would be serving.
Oh, that's true.
So Figueroa sends it over. We're going to get a point for the Dukes. Joe, it should be 23-22. Scoreboard still says 23-21, so not sure if they're going to.
Yeah, I think she's going to adjust it right now. Down official.
It's Sharon Picotti.
There it goes.
Makes it 23-22. And it will be Wellington to serve. And serving is Ella Postlewaite. Postlewaite will try to tie it here. Concepcion sends it over to Bridgia Phillips from the at the net. That will go out of bounds, and we are tied at 23.
Wow. Yeah, good timeout by Lorain.
So timeout, Lorain. They take their second timeout, Joe.
Yeah, that point reversal kind of got him a little shaken up here. So good call by coach.
All right, Joe. Well, we've got a minute. Going to let you know as you look at the Lorain sideline. Going to let you know about the Jim Popeil Foundation annual fundraiser. That'll be Sunday, October 29th, 2023, for the Browns-Seattle game. It's at the Shipyards at 500 Shipyard Way in Lorain, just as it says right there. Doors are going to open at 2:30. Lunch is from 3 to 4. Kickoff of the game at 4:05. Food, raffles, and soda. Cash bar, $25 per person. This is sponsored by the Lorain High School Sports Booster Club. Tickets for the event are on sale now in the Lorain High Athletic Department. The foundation awards $9,000 in scholarships to Lorain High School athletes this past year, so please come out and support that. So we're tied at 23. We're back to game one, and it is Ella Postlewaite, a sophomore, serving for the Dukes. That one is deep and out of bounds. Lorain's point, 24-23.
Wow.
So
good timeout.
Point, yeah, game point for Lorain here. The Freshmen won game one, 27-25. Lorain will try to end this one in regulation if they get the point here. And serving is Jahida Figueroa. Figueroa puts it into the net. And just like game one of the Freshmen, we're going to go into, as you called it, Joe, volleyball overtime.
That's right.
We're tied at 24. We know it can't end 25-24. Serving, Courtney Crossy. And that's an ace. She put it in. They let it go, and it's an ace. And now game point for Wellington.
Not sure what they were thinking there, Rob. That was squarely, that wasn't even close to being out.
So the ace, and now coming in will be Olivia Charlton. Crossy for game one for Wellington. Concepcion dives for it, keeps it in play from the back row, hitting it over and out of bounds are the Titans, and Wellington wins game one. They come from behind to win it.
Wow.
26-24. So the teams will now get a couple-minute break here, and we'll get set for game two. Lorain will try to win it to stay in the match, and Wellington will try to get the two-game sweep. Game two of our JV match is coming up next. Game one, it went to Wellington, It was the Dukes 26 and your Lorain Titans 24. We're back with game number 2, junior varsity volleyball after this timeout. You're watching junior varsity volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television.
We make Marines who overpower the desire to quit with the perseverance to prevail. Not for glory, but for honor. For a code that isn't written or spoken, but lived. It's what we do. It's who we are. It's the battle cry of our fighting spirit. Battles won. See all the battles Marines fight to win at marines.com.
Hey students, this is Cleveland Browns offensive lineman Wyatt Teller. September is Attendance Awareness Month. Did you know that missing school can significantly decrease your chances of graduating high school? Stay in the game by showing up to school on time and ready to learn. The Browns are always behind you.
Game 2 of junior varsity volleyball. Rob Polinsky alongside Joe Bach. Game 1, it was a thriller. It went to Wellington 26-25. Lorain led 24-23, had an opportunity to serve for the match, but they were unable to put away the Dukes, and Wellington comes from behind to win it by a score of 26-24. Wellington got out to a good start in game 1. They led 4-0 and 5-1 before Lorain would start their comeback. It was 10-4 Lorain trailing Wellington, and then a 3-0 run made it 10-7. And then being down 12-7, it would be the Titans scoring 5 in a row to tie it at 12. And really from that point on, it was very tight. We were tied at 12, 13, 14, 16. And then Lorain would get off to a lead, get up 20-17. They led 22-19. And 23-20, but up 23-20 and just 2 points away from game 1. It would be Wellington that went on a 3-0 run, tied it at 23. We were tied at 24, and Wellington scored the final 3 points of game 1 to go from being down game point 24-23 to winning it 26-24. So we'll begin game 2, and it'll be Jahida Figueroa serving for Lorain to try to keep the Titans in this match. And it goes to the back row. It's dug out by Courtney Crossy and sent over by Postal Weight. And it goes in front of a diving Lorain Titan. And Nalasia Phillips couldn't come up with that. And it's 1-0 Wellington. So Courtney Crossy, the freshman, saw her in the freshman game earlier as well. Crossy, Concepcion digs it out to Alvarez from the back row. Not able to get it over. 2-0 Wellington. Crossy sends it back to Concepcion. There's the set, and Phillips sends it over. Dug out by Postlewaite. Nicely done, and they save it. Sending that over was Addison Baez for Wellington. Baez again, and now Postlewaite from the back row will send it over to the Dukes. Rajaya Phillips went over to get it. Alvarez right back to the Dukes. Phillips sets it, and they try to hit it in the hole of the Wellington defense, but this is a good long rally here for both teams. And 3-0 as Phillips, Nalasia Phillips and Jahida Figueroa kind of came together on that one. So Wellington takes a 3-0 lead. In game one, they took a 4-0 lead before Lorain would start their comeback. Alvarez sends it over on the third hit. Dukes are able to play it ahead. Alvarez again. There's the set. And Rajaya Phillips got it over. Battles at the net. Dukes are right there with the answer. And let's see, that's Concepcion to Phillips. And that's going to be a point for Lorain in their first point of the match. They cut the lead to 3-1.
Nice.
Should say the first point of game two.
Great volleys early on in the second set.
Rajaya Phillips there that time. And for Lorain, it'll be Alana Coleman coming back in. Penelope Wallace. Back row, Postlewaite to Wallace. Wallace sends it ahead and into the net, 4-1 Wellington. Daisy Bachmore will check in for Wellington to serve. Bachmore sends it to Alvarez. Alvarez, we got a hit whistle, and we're going to get a double hit on Wellington. Give the point to the Titans. They cut the lead to 4-2. Do you think your order of hot dogs went in, Joe, for between the JV and the varsity? Or?
Well, it went in, but I don't think it went anywhere.
You didn't tell them who you were?
Yeah, I don't think it makes any difference.
Rajaya Phillips. Postlewaite will put it over.
Wow.
Phillips digs it out nicely. Left side of the front row. And Titans are able to get it over. Bias for Wellington, and that hit goes out of bounds, and Wellington will get the point. They lead 5-2. Kaylin Pickering serving for Wellington.
Yeah, double hit.
And we get a double hit on the Titans, make it 6-2 Wellington. So the Dukes off to a good start in game two. They came from behind to win game one, 26-24. Titans down a game. They need to start their comeback, and now Mark Penna is going to have a conversation with one of the young ladies asking it. Is Jahida Figueroa coming over to ask Mark Penna about that call?
Okay.
Now Serena Rodriguez, the head JV coach, is talking things over with Sharon Hakati. I think finally now we're set to get back underway. 6-2 Wellington. Serving is Kaylin Pickering. Pickering with that deep serve that's in. 7-2. Right on that back line. And Wellington now leading 7-2. So the Dukes lead by 5. They'll get the volleyball back to Pickering, and the freshman, you saw her in the freshman match as well. She's set to serve for Wellington. They come in at 2 and 8. Lorain JV's at 4 and 6. She hit it into the net, and it's 7-3. Lorain gets the point. Wellington up 7-3. Middle of the front row, bias for Wellington. Sets it up, hitting it over is Demea Clayton for Lorain. Battle at the net, and it's dug out by the Dukes. Getting it over on the third hit is Postal Weight. Alvarez from the back row for Lorain. Left side of the front row, setting that over and getting the point for the Titans is Alana Coleman. And the Titans are now within 3 at 7-4. I think you see a sense of urgency here, Joe, for Lorain, knowing that they're down 1-0. They can't afford to fall behind too far here in game 2. Postal Weight, right side of the front row, dug out there by the Titans. Set, and from the middle of the front row, hitting it just a little bit out, a little too far, was Demaya Clayton. And that'll make it 8-4.
Now, see, overruled by the up official.
Yeah, it was out.
No,
Lauren Van
he
Adder.
called it in, but he called it out, so correct call, I believe.
And it's a point for Lorain as Nia Carter faked her. Looked like she was going to set it, but Nia Carter sent it over. And looks like we have another overrule here.
Double hit.
Yeah, and so it's going to be 9-4 instead of 8-5. Wellington leads 9-4, although they still have 9-5 on the board. Serve it into the net. Makes it 9-6. I guess we'll go with that, Joe. Liera Concepcion to serve. Well, now we've got
Oh, they're on top of
Sharon Hakati over there looking things over, and now they do reset the score. So we're underway. It's 9-5. And it will be Concepcion to serve. Off the net, and that's good. So now it's 9-6. So they just made her earn it, Joe.
Yeah.
9-6 Dukes. Off the top of the net and in. That ace on the line, 9-7. So Lorain with 3 points in a row have cut a 5-point deficit to 2. And Liera Concepcion doing a good job with her serves. Her team trailing 9-7. Concepcion line drive, and that's going to be an ace. Is unable to pass that ahead is Daisy Bachmore. It's 9-8, and Wellington wants a timeout. So we'll get Wellington's first timeout of game 2. You get 2 timeouts per game. And give you an opportunity once again. We can tell you with that timeout, tell you about the Jim Popeil Foundation. And the Jim Popeil Foundation provides access to quality education and learning opportunities for Lorain's student athletes. The foundation awarded $9,000 so far in 2023. The fundraiser is going to be the Browns and the Seahawks, and that is at the Shipyards. It's going to be Sunday, October 29th. Doors open at 2:30. Kickoff is at 4:05. Food, refreshments available, beer included, cash bar, sponsorship levels. You want to be, for $50 a Titan, you get 2 event tickets. So for an MVP is $100, you get 4 tickets, and so on and so forth. And you can get those by calling 440-840-1991. 440-840-1991. Ask for Karen. So Lorain to serve, trailing 9-8. They're going to see if they can tie it here. And putting it into the net was Baez, as that was passed a little too far by Peyton Teague. And we are tied at 9. 5 consecutive points for the Titans. And serving it into the net, Wellington gets the lead at 10-9 and the serve. Going back to serve is Addison Baez, a freshman. And that was a good serve that time. It was deep, and Lorain unable to play it off the excellent serve that time of Addison Baez. 11-9 Wellington. Concepcion from the back row. Set on the left side of the front row. Penelope Wallace with the kill, and that's good. And the Titans are within 1 at 11-10. Boy, Penelope Wallace cranked that one up off the nice set by Nia Carter. Liz Alvarez to serve to try to tie it at 11. Alvarez is going to get that one in, and we are tied at 11. Alvarez has that good line drive serve. Puts it into the net. Wellington leads 12-11. So Lorain has not been able to take the lead here in game 2, although they've made it close several times. But they have been unable to get the lead. We were tied at 11. Postal weight with the serve. Concepcion digs it out for the Titans. From the back line, they send it over. Postal weight again digs it out. And the set, and from the left side of the front row, Katie Dickinson hit it over, and the point goes to the Dukes. They lead 13-11 here in game 2. Wellington won game 1, 26-24. So the Dukes are looking for a 2-game sweep. Concepcion, and that one will be out of bounds. Jaya Phillips did a great job trying to hustle over there, Joe, but you've got to put it between the antenna, and I think she hit it on the other side of it before it went over.
She did.
But it was, you can't fault the effort. It was tremendous effort. Concepcion again to Phillips. It's sent over on the third hit, and little luck here for, was that, what are they saying? That's considered out of bounds if it goes up the divider?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, yep.
15-11 Wellington. Alvarez, and Wellington gets 16-11, and I think Lorain's taking another timeout. They are.
Hey, Rob, I don't know if you have this read, but if you don't, you could read it from the screen.
Okay.
It's our safety motto here.
I do not have that one, but yes, I know how to look at your monitor. I figured that's why you put that there for me. Safety motto. If you see something,
in case you forgot your glasses too, you can watch the monitor.
Yeah, that's helpful. Safety motto. If you see something, say something. Share safety concerns with any school employee or adult. Call Safer Schools Ohio hotline at 844-SAFEROH. That's 844-723-3764. Or you can text the Lorain Police tip line. That number to text is 440-204-2555. 440-204-2555.
If you see something, say something. All right.
And we're about set to get back in action. Wellington with 5 consecutive points has taken a 16-11 lead in game 2, and Ella Postlewaite to serve. Postlewaite sends it. That one's long and out of bounds. A good job there by the Titans for letting that go out. And they'll serve, trailing 16-12. And then it'll be Jahida Figueroa serving. Figueroa from the middle of the front row. Van Adder. Left side of the front row, or Lorain's able to get it over. And it's sent back over by Dickinson. And that is Concepcion for the Titans, putting it back to the Wellington side. Middle of the front row, the Dukes get it, and they're going to get the point, as that was well played by Kaylin Pickering. 17-12 Wellington. Lorain won the freshman game in 2. Wellington trying to reverse the fortune and win this JV game in 2. But Lorain battling here, down 18-12. And serving will be Courtney Crossy. And puts that into the net, makes it 18-13.
Hey, Rob, a lot of unforced errors here in game or set 2.
Yeah. Serving, or I should say coming in, is Alana Coleman for Lorain. She'll come in to play the front row. And Penelope Wallace to serve. On the third hit for Wellington, getting it over is Pickering. And left side of the front row, Coleman hit it over for the Titans. Back to the Titans side with Alvarez. Over to Coleman. She's able to put it over on the third hit. Here's Crossy with a set. Right side of the front row, Van Adder got it down, and that point will go to Wellington. They lead 19-13. Well, if the Titans are going to come back here, Joe, they need to do it right now. Down 19-13. Couple of subs for Lorain, or for Wellington, and coming in to serve be Daisy Bachmore. Daisy gets it over. Set over Abrasia. That we're going to get a double hit on Wellington, and it's 19-15, or 19-14. I'm sorry, 19-14 Lorain. So Virginia Phillips to serve. Jump serve, good line drive serve. Dug out nicely by Postlewaite, sent back over, but out of bounds by Van Adder. Lorain with a point, 2 consecutive points for the Titans. They've cut it to 19-15. Phillips again with a jump serve. That's an ace. Wow. Great serve that time by Phillips. 3 consecutive points. It's 19-16 Wellington. So the Titans say not so fast, as Lorain is trying to avoid the 2-game sweep here in the JV. Phillips again. Boy, that beautifully done. Picked up, though, that time, and sending it home for the Dukes was Kaylin Pickering. Where they set up Pickering perfectly, Joe, 20-16. And serving will be Kaylin Pickering. The team up 20-16. Official Mark Penna says put it in play. They do, and that's in.
It's in.
Is that ace right on the line, 21-16. Alvarez thought it was going to go long.
Well, so did the rest of her team. I heard
a
big out in unison.
Pickering, the freshman, goes back to serve. That one is going to be wide in front of the Lorain bench. It's 21-17. Titans get that point. And Liz Alvarez will go back to serve. Actually, it is going to be coming in to serve this time. Nia Carter. So Nia Carter with her team down 21-17, game 2. Wellington up 1-0. Sends it over. Dukes are able to play it. Crossy at the net. Keeps it in play. Dug out by the Titans. Third hit, they put it over. And now Crossy again with a set left side of the front row. Van Adder is able to get the kill. And that makes it 22-17 Wellington. That was Katie Stannard. Van Adder's on the other side, but Stannard was able to get that kill for the Dukes. Van Adder goes back to serve. Titans are able to put it over, and that was Demaya Clayton with a great job. Hitting that where the Dukes weren't. With their back to the net, makes it 22-18. Wellington leads by 4. And for Lorain, serving will be Liera Concepcion. Van Adder with the set, left side of the front row. Crossy is able to put it down. 23-18 Wellington. They're 2 points away from the match. Each team has 1 timeout remaining. Substitutions for Wellington coming in will be Katie Dickinson. And serving is going to be Katie Stannard. Stannard, line drive serve. Sent over on the third hit by the Titans. Post away digs it out. Sent over by Crossy, and that's going to be match point. Right in front of a diving Liz Alvarez for Lorain. Match point for Wellington as they're up 24-18. So Stannard trying to serve for the match for the Dukes. Sends it over, but that's too long. And match point 1 is averted, as it will be 24-19, and now Lorain needs to serve at least 5 consecutive serves to keep this one going on. See who the Titans have here in their rotation that'll be serving. And this is going to be Liz Alvarez. Alvarez is set. Her serve is inbounds, and that's good. 24-20. That went off Tatum Diedrich. Excellent serve by Alvarez. And that's 2 match points averted. Avoided, averted, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Postponed.
Delayed.
Negated, delayed, thank you. 24-20. At the net, we're going to get, I think, one of the Dukes was in the...
Oh, no. In the net.
I thought one of the Dukes was in the net, but no, they're going to give the point to Wellington, and that is the match. And
wow.
So Wellington wins it 25-20, and so they won game 1, 26-24. They win game 2, 25-20. So 2 very good games, 2 competitive games as the teams shake hands, but they both go to Wellington, and that's going to do it for our JV match. As with that, Lorain with the loss, they dropped to 4-7, and with the win, the Wellington JV team will improve to 3-8. So that's going to do it for junior varsity volleyball on WLCS TV 20. It was Wellington winning in 2 games. Your final score: Wellington 26, Lorain 24 in game 1. In game 2, it was Wellington 25, Lorain 20. For Joe Bach, this is Rob Polinsky. Thanks for watching Junior Varsity Volleyball.
Stay tuned for the Varsity coming up after the warm-ups. There'll be a countdown clock and a graphic on your screen.
Just like Joe said, on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television. And welcome to Varsity Volleyball as we get set for the Wellington Lady Dukes and the Lorain Titans. Rob Polinsky alongside Joe Bach for Varsity Volleyball for Wellington, and head coach John Fell in his 6th season. They come in with a record of 4-8. For Lorain, they have a record of 5-6, and they are coached by Caprice Irby. She is in her 2nd year as head coach of the Lady Titans. Lorain will open up by serving. They have the white jerseys with blue shorts, and Wellington is in the maroon jerseys with black shorts. And the first kill of the match goes to Jalea Wright, the junior from Lorain, and the Titans get out to the 1-0 lead.
Nice way to start the evening.
Serving will be Nevi Edwards. Nevi sends it over, dug out nicely, but out of bounds for Wellington. The McKenna Sokevich diving for that, but unable to dig it out, put it in play. Makes it 2-0 Lorain. So Nevi Edwards, senior. The line drive serve that's dug out by the Dukes. Middle of the front row, they send it over. Titans, though, into the net. Nice play there by Ava Miller, getting it over. And for Wellington, sending it as Brooke Lemkuhl, a junior. By far the tallest young lady for the Dukes, even though they don't list their heights. You can tell that. But there's a hit, and it goes over and in for Lorain. They're out to a 6-0 lead. Kristen Castro, Malaysia Nieves, Araya Bivens, Ava Miller, Kenya Simpson, Jalea Wright, and Nevi Edwards are the starters for Lorain. And this one will go long. It's 3-1. Lorain with the lead. For Wellington, McKenna Sokevich, Isabel Beck, Gabby Miller, Taylor Standen, Brooke Lemkuhl, Danica Borzi, and Alexa Gallion. So it will be Olivia Ramirez, a junior, serving for Wellington, and there's an ace on a nice serve, and it makes it 3-2. So Ramirez, a junior, another good line drive serve. Dug out from the middle of the front row. They battle at the net, and that one's going to go to the Titans as Jalea Wright wins that battle at the net. Titans lead 4-2. Varsity is best 3 of 5. And you play to 25. Now the interesting thing in the freshman and the JV matches that we had earlier, both the first games went into, as Joe called it, volleyball overtime. As it was 27-25, Lorain's freshmen won. 26-24, Wellington's JVs won. Let's see if that trend continues here in the varsity match.
Yeah, good volleyball here tonight.
Yes, it has been. Lemkuhl with a nice line drive serve, but she just hit it into the net. Lorain leads 5-3. Araya Bivens set to serve for Lorain. The libero wears a different colored jersey. And she'll send it over on the line drive, and there's a spike at the net, and that's a good kill by Cheyenne Brown.
Nice.
6-3 Lorain. Cheyenne, a junior. Araya Bivens sends it over to the Dukes. And from the middle of the front row, that is sent over nicely by Wellington. From the right side of the front row, Kristen Castro for Lorain. And for the Dukes, it was Isabella Beck putting it over.
Oh, nice back row kill.
Yes. And it's 6-4. Wellington cuts the lead to 2. Joe, one of the things you won't miss in your retirement are jerseys that they list them by year instead of numerical. And Wellington did. It's hard enough to look up and down at volleyball because it goes so quick. And they decided to tell us their team senior through freshman year instead of numerically. I want you to teach a class in your retirement for those of us who still have to work.
Yeah.
And simply tell them, do your roster numerically.
Well,
don't
Rob,
overthink it. Don't do anything else.
Rob, I've been here 23 years. Nobody listens to anything I say.
Well, this is Wellington's I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. All right.
No,
well.
Lorain's is perfect. Alexa Gallion puts it out, hits it to serve. The missed hit goes out of bounds. We're tied at 6, so it's Alexa Gallion, who is a sophomore back there. So if I struggle with some of these Wellington Dukes, I'm blaming it on the roster. Gallion, her serve is just wide. But I think it went off the foot of one of the Titans, Joe, and so Wellington gets the point.
Oh, yeah. Yes, yes.
So Wellington leads 7-6.
Got to get out of the way.
Gallion with the serve, dug out by Sokevich. There's the set, and the kill goes into the net. That was Isabella Beck hitting it into the net. We're tied at 7 here early on in game 1. Lorain substitution. Sienna Armelin. So Sienna Armelin is in for the first time. She's a freshman. 2 freshmen on this varsity team. Ava Miller as well. And that goes off of Bivens. She's unable to pass it ahead. Wellington goes up 8-7. Lorain jumped out to the early 3-0 lead. So Wellington trying to add to an 8-7 lead with the serve. Good jump serve, dug out by the Titans. And they'll send it over on the third hit. Bivens comes up, gets it over for Kristen Castro. Sokevich with the set, and the left side spike from the left side is sent right back. It was Danica Borzi trying to get that down, could not do so, and we're tied at 8. So Borzi came in for the first time for Wellington, and her left-handed kill was sent right back at her from the Lorain Titans. Kenya Simpson, a senior, to serve. Tied at 8, game 1. Just off the top of the net and falls on the Lorain side. That's a Duke point. They lead 9-8.
Oh, I hate those unforced errors.
Yeah, Wellington at 4-8. Lorain 5-6. Non-conference varsity match here. Of course, Wellington part of the LC8 and Lorain in the Lake Erie League. There's the set, and from the right side of the front row into the net, unable to get it over, was Cheyenne Brown. 10-8 Wellington. Play 3 games out of 5. You play to 25, you must win by 2. Sokevich with the serve. Dug out left side of the front row, hitting it way out of bounds is Ava Miller. 11-8 Wellington. Sokevich sends it over just wide, just out of bounds. That point will go to Lorain. It's 11-9. Titans down by 2. Substitutions for Lorain. Coming in to serve will be Marlenis Nieves. There's a set that time for the Dukes by Standen. And the kill is in, and it's 12-9 Wellington. And now going back to serve is the senior Taylor Standen. Standen with a good line drive serve in front of the Titans. Diving, trying to help that was Kenya Simpson. She couldn't quite get there. And Wellington has their biggest lead of game 1 at 13-9. Lorain jumped out to a 3-0 lead, but it's been Wellington since then, outscoring the Titans 13-6. Simpson from the back row. Lemkuhl sends it over, and with the kill that time is Borzi. And that play goes out of bounds. And it's 14-9. Taylor Standen with her serve. It's mishit, and it's 15-9. And we're going to get a timeout here for the Titans. As after a good start, Wellington has played very well, Joe. It was 3-0 Titans to begin in the game, but it's been outscored 15-6 since. Our first tie was at 6, then at 7, and at 8. But since 8-8, 7-1 advantage of the Lady Dukes. You see John Fell there, the head coach of Wellington in his 6th season. John, a Norwalk resident, so I've known John for a long time. I had no idea he was the head coach of the Wellington Lady Dukes. And John says at 73 years old, his wife said that this is your last year. So, Joe, like you, they have things to do.
That's right.
Good to see John Fell here tonight. I had no idea he was the head coach of the Wellington Dukes. So we're about set to get back in action. Back to action, I suppose I should say. And serving will be Taylor Standen. From the back row, it's dug out, sent ahead. And from the right side of the front row, sending that over is Sienna Armelan. And unable to dig it out from the back row that time is Kenya Simpson. Point goes to Wellington. They lead 16-9. Standen, deep serve, middle of the front row. Sent over that time by Armelan. And the battle at the net this time will go to Wellington.
Wow.
And it's 18-9. I'm sorry, 17-9. Mark Penna talking things over. Our two officials, Mark Penna and also Sharon Hakati. Another point for the Dukes. Unable to pass the serve ahead was the Lorain Titan defense. First you got to dig it, you got to pass it, and then get it back over. And Titans kind of struggling with that right now of late. Standen doing a good job off the top of the net. There's a good set, and the kill for the Titans. That one's going to go out of bounds just long. Jalea Wright had the right idea, Joe, but it was just a little long. And all of a sudden, Wellington was in command 19-9. This happened in a hurry, didn't it?
It sure did.
11-1 Wellington advantage after we were tied at 8. And it will go into the net. And Lorain gets the point. Serving will be Nevi Edwards. Lemkuhl in the back row. Sending it over is Castro. Lemkuhl will send it over. Dug out by the Titans. And putting it over is Jalea Wright. That's good, and the Titans get a point.
All right.
And they trail 19-11. Lemkuhl had it blocked at the net, and that is out of bounds. It'll be Wellington's point, 20-11.
Some nice net play there.
Wellington to serve, up 20-11. Serving is Olivia Ramirez. and it's sent over out of bounds. 21-11 Wellington here. They're 4 points away from game one. Set, middle of the front row, sending that over is Jalea Wright. Standing with the set, left side of the front row. That's going to be dug out by the Titans from the back row. Kenya Simpson, and they send it over by Nevi Edwards. Standing, and that one goes into the net, and unable to put it over is Brooke Lemkuhl. That point goes to the Titans. They cut the lead to 21-12. Ava Miller serving for the Titans. Sends it back to Olivia Ramirez. They set it up for Izzy Beck. And cranking it up, but that was blocked at the net beautifully by Wellington. And again going up, and this time cranking it up and hitting it out of bounds was Kenya Simpson. Boy, what a great block by Wellington, and that's got head coach John Fell excited about that.
He got up out of his chair.
Yeah, yeah, he did.
Yeah, that was some block.
Yeah, it was. 22-12. Lemkuhl. And they send it over on the third hit. Sending it over was Nevi Edwards. Standing with the set. And the kill there is going to be from Gabby Miller. That's good. And Wellington's within 2 points of game one. Joe, I got to tell you, I think of your old buddy Bob Schlumbaker, who was with WLCS TV 20 for years and years with you. To me, Lorain Wellington, that's the Joe Bob Schlumbaker Bowl.
There you go.
If you will. Bob, a Wellington resident for years and years.
Yeah.
That serve out of bounds, 23-13. Coming in to enter the match is Cheyenne Brown. She played earlier. She's a junior. Bivens to serve. Bivens puts it into the net, and we are at game point for game one for Wellington. Lorain led 3-0. Our first tie was at 6, and then at 7 and at 8. But since 8-8, it has been all Wellington, outscoring Lorain 16-5 to this point. Bivens from the middle of the court sends it over to the Dukes. Set by Standen, and we're going to get Lorain, I believe, going into the net, and that will be a point for Wellington, and the Dukes win game one, 25-13. So
after a quick start by Lorain, Wellington just really took charge of that match.
Yeah, and Coach Irby is talking things over, or having her captain come over to talk with the official. But Joe, game one is going to go to the Wellington Dukes by a score of 25-13. We'll take a timeout. When we come back, we'll have game two between Wellington and Lorain. That's coming up next. You're watching high school varsity volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television.
Hey students, this is Cleveland Browns offensive lineman Wyatt Teller. September is Attendance Awareness Month. Did you know that missing school can significantly decrease your chances of graduating high school? Stay in the game by showing up to school on time and ready to learn. The Browns are always behind you.
Every one of us starts out as a wide-eyed recruit, myself included. If I could go back, I'd tell that kid, get ready. You're going to serve alongside some amazing people. They're going to become like family to you. And together, you'll see them do things that'll help change the world, that'll change you. One day, you're going to look up and be a better you. And this nation will be better for it too. I'm General Dave Goldfein. Come join us. Your nation is waiting.
Every year, the Salvation Army serves nearly 30 million people in need. That's one person every second. So by the time you've finished watching this, 30 more lives will have been changed for good. All thanks to your donations.
Thank you.
It's not just the ships, the armor, or the aircraft. It's something more. It's the will to fight and determination to win, found inside each and every Marine that answers a nation's call. Battles won.
And welcome back as we get set for game two. Wellington leading 25-13. They won game one as Lorain protested that last point quite a bit and still talking. They talked with Sharon McCarty at the end of game one, and now Mark Penna was talking with one of the assistant coaches from Lorain. But the Wellington Dukes are out on the floor. They're ready to go. They lead 1-0 in this non-conference affair. Wellington came in with a record of 4-8. Lorain trying to get to 500 with a win. They're at 5-6. But Lorain's going to have to come from behind as they trail, losing game one by a final of 25-13. Lorain got out to a 3-0 start, but Wellington's comeback would begin there, and they cut it to 4-3. Then we were tied 6-6, 7-7, and 8-8. And from 8-8 on, it was a big 7-1 run for Wellington that got them up 15-9. Lorain took a timeout, but didn't really stop anything as Wellington would outscore them 10-4 from that point on to win at 25-13. And for Wellington to serve to start game two is Taylor Standen. Standen sends it, and sending it over is going to be Kristen Castro. But we got a call, and let's see what this call is, Joe.
Do-over?
Not sure what that was. I think you're right.
Yeah, because thought it might have been a carry, but maybe somebody wasn't set or do-over. Well, okay.
So they'll do it over, and
like it never happened.
Yep, Standen will serve. Deep serve. And it comes back to the Wellington side. Lemke hits it out of bounds, and Lorain takes the 1-0 lead. Serving for Lorain is Nevi Edwards. Edwards to Sokovic. Sokovic from the back row will send it over to the Titan side. And it's set there, and hitting it into the net was Kristen Castro. And we're tied at 1, just underway game two with Wellington leading 1-0. And that 1-0 lead, you play the best 3 of 5. So if the Titans are to win this, they would have to win 3 of the next 4 games. Wellington, with 1 win, would need 2 more. Sokovic will play it over to Izzy back, sends it back to the Titans. And we get a whistle, and that point will go to
double hit.
Wellington. We've got a double hit on the Titans. 2-1 Wellington. Left side of the front row, a left-handed kill, and that is going to be out of bounds as Kristen Castro hit it out of bounds, and they wanted to be said that they thought maybe Wellington tipped that, but they didn't get the call. It's 3-1. So serving is Joyce Stollard, a senior, and Wellington gets the point. They're out to a 4-1 lead, and Joe, the end of game one, the coaching staff and the girls weren't happy with the refs, so they can't let that carry over here. Just got to play your game.
Yeah,
and there's a point for the Dukes as that pass went too far, and it's 5-1 Wellington.
Yeah, the side judge was indicating that Wellington had tipped it, and nobody was paying attention to what he was saying. They just continued on. So,
Mark Penna, Sharon Hakoti are two officials today. And Lorain hits it into the net. 6-1.
Yeah, Coach Irby at this point's got to be pretty frustrated. A lot of unforced errors.
Joyce Stollard, the senior, with another serve. It's going to be sent over by Nevi Edwards. There's a set and the kill by Izzy Beck, and it's 7-1 Wellington. You only get 2 timeouts per game, but thinking that maybe Lorain might need one, Joe, but they're going to sub here. And for the Titans, I don't have a 13 for the varsity. So middle of the front row, and that one gets blocked right back onto the Lorain side. It's 8-1 Dukes. Joyce Stollard. Set, middle of the front row, sending it over, and there's a point by Julia Wright, the junior for Lorain, and cuts the lead to 8-2. Serving will be Ava Miller. Miller sends it over to the Dukes. Playing it from the right side is Lemkuhl, dug out nicely. And left side of the front row, hitting it into the net, are the Titans. That'll make it 9-2 Wellington. Sub, Leasia Castro coming in for the first time, a junior. As Coach Caprice Irby is looking for the right combination.
Yeah.
Coach Irby in her second year as head coach of the Titans. I think this is the first time I've seen them since Coach Irby has taken over. I don't remember seeing her before. But Brooke Lemkuhl put it into the net. Lorain tried to take advantage of that break, of that unforced error. And serving will be Araya Bivens. There's a set, and from the left side of the front row, putting that down is Gabby Miller, 10-3 Wellington. So Alexa Gallion, you saw her serve pretty well in the first game, Joe. Gallion back to serve for Wellington. Gallion with a good deep serve. Bivens from the back row is going to send it ahead, and sending it over is Cheyenne Brown, but out of bounds. 11-3 Dukes.
Boy, you're going to need a timeout here.
Lorain won the freshman match. Wellington won the JV match. Wellington is leading the varsity match. Battle right at the net and sending it over, but out of bounds. Good effort, but hitting it out of bounds was Gabby Miller. 11-4, Wellington with the lead. Let's see if Lorain can rattle off some points here, Joe.
Yeah, I'd love to see about 5 or 6 in a row here from the Lady Titans.
And it will be Kristen Castro, a senior, to serve. Castro, lefty, sends it over. Dug out for the Dukes by Jade Davis. Sent over Set and put right back. Well done at the
Very
net. Gabby Miller put that straight down. 12-4 Wellington.
Yeah, some great net play.
So Izzy Beck will serve. Coming into the front row is Joyce Stollard. And Bivens can't come up with that dig. It's 13-4 Wellington. And there is Coach Irby with her first timeout of game number 2. She took a timeout in game 1.
Yeah, much needed timeout here.
Coach Irby talking things over, trying to get things going for her team. It gives us a moment to tell you about our friends at Joyce Buick. And if you are in the market for a new or used vehicle, look no further than Joyce Buick GMC. They offer a diverse selection of Buick and GMC sedans, trucks, and SUVs that can fit any lifestyle or budget. Joyce Buick GMC and Northeast Ohio Buick GMC dealers are proud sponsors of the Lorain High School Titans. So thanks to Joyce Buick GMC and the Northern Ohio Buick GMC dealers. We're proud sponsors of Lorain High School and your Lorain High School Titans. We appreciate
they've been on board here for a few years, and glad to have them on board and help our kiddos out here.
13-4 Wellington with the lead following the timeout. Back to serve, that's senior Isabella Beck. Serve will go into the net, point for the Titans. And Gabby Miller with the kill, but it's dug out nicely by the Titans. And what a job by Kristen Castro. You talk about perfect placement, Joe.
Yeah.
13-6.
Exactly. Boy, that was that was perfect.
And it will be Kenya Simpson will hit it wide or long, and it makes it 14-6. Serving will be Gabby Miller. Miller is going to send it, and they play it at the net. Dug out by Gabby Miller from the back row. Lempuel sends it right back to Castro for the Titans, who puts it right back. There's the set by Taylor Standen, and the cross-court kill is going to go out of bounds. Point to the Titans. They've cut the lead to 14-7. So Lorain trying to make game 2 interesting here, trying to come back from, they were down 10-3, 9-2, 13-4. And they've cut it to 7, and now coming in to serve is Marlenas Nieves. Nieves hits it into the net, 15-7 Wellington. Coming in for the Dukes is Alexa Gallion. And serving will be Taylor Standen. Standen, the setter on this team. And that block at the net is good for Brooke Lemkuhl. And it's 16-7 Dukes. So Taylor Standen to serve. Standen. Line drive serve. That's an ace in front of Kenya Simpson, 17-7. Standen sends it back. Middle of the front row. They set it up. A block at the net. Nicely done by the Dukes. Sent back over to Kristen Castro. Now hitting it into the net off the set of Jalea Wright was Sienna Armelin. And it's 18-7 Wellington in game 2. Wellington won game 1 25-13. And Taylor Standen, the senior, serving. And that one is hit out of bounds, 19-7. Wellington's done a pretty good job, Joe, in game 2, I think, at the placement of their serves. They've, not hitting it to the same place, or long, short, they kind of go wide sometimes. And
deep, short,
yep.
line drive. Yeah, they've been all over the place. Very unpredictable.
Standen again to serve. And line drive into the net. Point for Lorain. Titans down 19-8. And if they're going to come back in game 2, it needs to happen right here.
Yeah, it's got to start with some good serving.
Yes, it does. And it'll be Nevi Edwards who will try to get it going. And that goes from Wellington on the third hit. They get it over. What a job by Sokevich keeping that alive for her team, and they get the point. How about that? You got to give credit where credit's due.
Yes, you do.
Staller to hit that, and going almost into her bench was Sokevich. Wouldn't give up on it, and Wellington gets the point. They lead 20-8. Middle of the front row, Jalea Wright for Lorain puts it over. Standen with the set. Lemkuhl has it blocked right back at her, and a point for Lorain. Boy, a good block there by Castro and Wright, and they cut the lead to 20-9. It will be Ava Miller getting set to serve. Miller hits that too long, and it's 21-10. Wellington. Serving will be Brooke Lemkuhl. And that goes off of the Titans' Kenya Simpson, 22-10. Wellington 3 points away from winning game 2, taking a 2-0 lead. As you get a look at Brooke Lemkuhl, the server right now for Wellington. Brooke is a junior. They don't list the heights on the Wellington roster, but she's a pretty tall young lady. And her serve into the net makes it 22-11. Mariah Bivens to serve. Bivens, line drives it, and Sokevich sends it back. Bivens will dig it out. Middle of the front row. Now they get it to Castro for the left-handed kill, and Wellington digs it out. They hit it over on the third hit by Izzy Beck. There's a set, middle of the front row, and hitting that, and they're going to say in. They're going to give it to Lorain, 22-12. As getting that kill was Cheyenne Brown, just on the line, Joe.
I think it was good.
Well, the officials agreed. That's really all that matters. So it's 22-12. They get the point, and see if Lorain can get some momentum here with Bivens serving. Bivens sends it back row. Now they put it ahead. Dug out nicely by the Titans. And on the third hit, Castro off the net, but then out of bounds. It's Wellington with the point. They go up 23-12. Two points away, Alexa Golden, the sophomore, serves. Bivens, back row. And Castro sends it over. from the set at the net by Standen. The kill. And let's see. They get it over on the third hit, but it's too far out of bounds. And it's game point, 24-12. Good effort by the Lady Titans that time. Gallion. And at the net, the Dukes send it over. Again, the Dukes at the net, and this time they get game point. As putting that down was Izzy Beck. So game 2 goes to Wellington, 25-12. So the first 2 games of this varsity match are Wellington's. So if Lorraine's going to win, they need to win the next 3. For Wellington, they are 1 game away from a victory. 25-13, 25-12, Wellington in the first 2 games. We'll take a timeout. We're back with game number 3. You're watching Girls Varsity Volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television.
We make Marines who overpower the desire to quit with the perseverance to prevail. Not for glory, but for honor. For a code that isn't written or spoken, but lived. It's what we do. It's who we are. It's the battle cry of our fighting spirit. Battles won. See all the battles Marines fight to win at marines.com.
What do you wish for? A nice life? Nice things? Or do you wish for something more? A sense of purpose? Do you wish to discover a cure? To write code that cracks an unsolvable question? To further our exploration into space? Or to invent something that changes everything right here on Earth? Well, if that's your wish, make yourself ready. Because when you look back, you'll see that you didn't just make wishes, you realized them.
And welcome as we get set for Game 3. Wellington with a 2-1 lead. They won Game 1 25-13, Game 2 25-12. They kind of dominated that second game, Joe, from the very beginning. I mean, it was 1-0 Lorain, but then 8 consecutive points for Wellington.
Yeah.
Gave them an 8-1 lead. They never looked back. Lorain took a timeout at 13-4. Just never really could quite get back into it. And give credit to the Dukes. And Nevi Edwards set to serve for keep Lorain in this match. And Lemkuhl with the block that goes out of bounds off a Titan. It's 1-0 Wellington. And serving for the first time tonight is Danica Borzi. Left-hander sends it deep. And straight down as that pass went too far. And putting it down was Izzy Beck, 2-0 Wellington.
Yeah, their net play's been stellar all night.
Serve goes into the net. That'll be Lorain's point, and they trail 2-1. And that serve is going to be, that's just in on the back row, Joe. As it hit the line, and Nieves with the serve.
All right.
I'm sorry, let me correct myself. With the serve, that was Ava Miller tying it at 2. And dug out beautifully by the Dukes. Castro sends it back. From the right side of the front row, Castro will go to the back row. And on the left side of the front row, we have a point now for Wellington.
Double hit.
(3-2) Wellington. And Gabby Miller sent it back over, and that one is out of bounds. It'll be 4-2 Wellington with the lead. Serving, it's going to be Brooke Lemkuhl. And Gabby Miller sent it right back over to the Titan side. They go back to play it. Kristen Castro hit it into the net, 5-2. One thing that would certainly help Lorain's cause, Joe, would be quicker starts than they had, especially in that last game. Lemkuhl, her team up 5-2. She goes back to serve. It's a line drive serve that's dug out by Kenya Simpson. Castro had it blocked at the net. Now it goes back. Standing with the set, Alexa Gallion with the cross-court kill. That is good. Nobody home in that back row in the back corner. 6-2 Gallion. Alexa Gallion with that kill gives Wellington a 6-2 lead. And Brooke Lemkuhl to serve. And the kill at the middle of the front row.
Wow.
And that is going to be Gabby Miller. Makes it 7-2, and we've got a timeout right away here for Lorain as they try to stem the tide here, Joe.
Already down 5. Yeah, they need to get things on the right track here.
You got to look at John Fell and coaching his young ladies. And it gives us a minute here to let you know about the Cleveland Clinic. And the Cleveland Clinic Sports Medicine is proud to be the medical provider for Lorain Schools athletics. Cleveland Clinic's team of sports medicine specialists understands athletes. With many locations throughout Northeast Ohio, specialists can see your injured athlete for a same-day appointment. Call 877-440-TEAM or visit clevelandclinic.org/sportsmedicine to learn more. Dukes are back out onto the court. Joe, they seem like a real confident team right now, up 2-0 and having the early 7-2 lead here in game 2.
Yeah, it's just Lorain finds they get down big early and, just can't recover.
Lemkuhl serves it into the net. 7-3 Wellington leads.
Well, timeout did break the concentration. That's good. Lorain gets a point.
And so Bivens will serve for Lorain, her team down 7-3. Bivens with a deep serve that Sokevich goes back to get. From the left side of the front row, Gabby Miller. They battle at the net. Standen with the set. Left side of the front row, Izzy Beck put it right back, but Bivens was there to get it. And cranking it up, and a big-time kill for Lorain. And that's Kenya Simpson. Oh, my. Simpson.
Well,
it's 1 point, but that's kind of a message right there.
Lorain may lose this match, but that was the kill of the night.
It sure was.
Wow.
7-4. Bivens, line drive serve. Set, and from the middle of the front row, dug out nicely that time by Nevi Edwards. And again now 2 in a row for Kenya Simpson. Let's see if they can get her set up, get that offense going, Joe. Kenya Simpson brings this crowd to its feet. Sokevich to Standen, and the kill is blocked. And Gallion sends it over, dug out beautifully by Kristen Castro. Standen with another set, middle of the front row. Gabby Miller put it over for the Dukes, and again, Kenya Simpson, 3 in a row. And Lorain's down 7-6, Joe, and she's got this crowd fired up.
Wow. Well, Rob, you had a feeling about this third game. We were talking during the break, and
Titans aren't going to go away.
No, they're not.
Bivens to serve, 3 in a row for Kenya Simpson. And that serve is deep and out of bounds. Wellington gets an 8-6 lead, but Kenya Simpson has Lorain back in game 3 and back in this match.
It has the crowd into it as well.
Yep. So it'll be Alexa Gallion, who has done a pretty nice job serving tonight for Wellington. Sends it over to the Titan side. Set, middle of the net. Kenya Simpson that time hit it into the net, and it's 9-6 Wellington. But you go with that hot hand, and they try to feed Kenya Simpson, the senior. Gallion sends it back to Bivens from the back row. Set, and Castro this time will hit it deep and long, out of bounds, 10-6 Wellington. Wellington up 2-0. This is game 3. You play 3 out of 5. Play to 25, must win by 2. Gallion, Bivens from the back row, sending that over on the third hit is Leasia Castro for Lorain. And Gabby Miller at the net battling for the Dukes. And let's see, can they get it over on the third hit? No. And it's 11-6 Wellington.
Boy, Lorain had it down to 7-6.
Yep, 4
Wellington
in a row.
rattles off the next 4.
They had that missed serve at 7-6, Joe.
Yeah.
And Wellington with Gallion, who's a good server, off the top of the net. From the back row, hitting it over is Castro. Standen and getting the point, I believe that was Kristen Castro that time. Leasia Castro with the set previous to that. And then Kristen with the kill, 11-7. Titans within 4. Let's see if they can keep it going here. Keeping this game much closer than the last one to this point. 11-7, and that serve, that's on the line and in, an ace, 11-8.
Yeah, the 2 previous were 25-13, 25-12.
You are correct, sir. It's nice to know that somebody listens to me out there, Joe. Kristen Castro, left-handed serve, sends it over. Standen will dig that out. Gabby Miller, and she'll get the... No, she doesn't get a point. What a job by Lorain as Kenya Simpson came out of nowhere to save it. But then the kill from the left side of the front row, and it's 12-8. But you can see where Caprice Irby is much happier with the effort of her team right now.
Oh, absolutely. A lot of effort. And,
yes. Olivia Ramirez comes out. Danica Borzi back in for Wellington. Jump serve from Izzy Beck. Point for Wellington. 13-8. Beck is a senior. Back ready to serve. There's that jump serve, middle of the back row. And diving to get to it was Leasia Castro, but she hit it out of bounds, 14-8 Wellington.
That jump serve's got a lot of power behind it.
Yeah, it does. Castro sends it to the back corner, so Kevich into the net. Can he get it over on the third time? No, that's a point for Lorain. They cut the lead to 14-9. So the Titans down 5 will regain the serve. And coming in is Ava Miller, the freshman. Going back to serve is Kenya Simpson, the senior, who had 3 kills in a row that brought the Wellington lead from 7-3 to 7-6. She had this crowd buzzing. She serves that just a bit long, and it's 15-9 as Wellington did a good job, Joe, of letting that sail out of bounds and not playing it.
Yeah, you heard all the chatter from the teammates out. Stay away from it, so Wellington gets a serve back.
McKenna Sukevich, a senior, to serve. She's the libero for Wellington. Sukevich getting ready. And now I believe we're ready to get underway. Sukevich with a deep serve that goes long and out of bounds. It's 15-10. So the Titans down 5. See what they can do here. Marlenis Nieves to serve. Dukes can't get it over, and it's 15-11. The Wellington lead is cut to 4. As close as Lorain's been in a little while. Serving is Nieves into the net, 16-11 Wellington. Gallion back in for Wellington. She'll replace Jade Davis. Standen serving. Castro, and she's going to get called for, carrying it.
Yeah.
17-11 Wellington. Got to change the scoreboard, Joe. They got it 16-12. That serve goes long. Should now be 17-12. And they've got Lorain with one too many points. When they gave Lorain the extra point, they never took it back. I don't think Mark Penna has caught it. And scoreboard says 17-13. And with the kill, is that wide or is that in? Waiting for the officials to say they're going to do over.
Yeah.
Now they correct the score to 17-12, and we're going to get a do-over as they can't agree if that was in or out. So serving for Lorain will be Nevi Edwards. Edwards serves, and let's see, is that in or out?
Well, that's out. Okay.
That is out. And it's 18-12 Lorain, trailing. Well, they never gave Wellington a point. Castro, left side of the front row, into the net, and that will be a point for Wellington.
19 now.
Now it's 19-12. So serving will be Olivia Ramirez, a junior. Wellington out in front 2-0, looking for a sweep. And we've got a Lorain girl who was tying her shoe, and Wellington served. I don't think that's going to count. I don't think
No, it's not going to count.
So they'll replay that.
Down official already indicated a do-over.
As it was Kenya Simpson that was tying her shoes, so now we're back underway. And they'll hit it. And from the middle of the front row, the spike is good, and that is going to be Jalea Wright. Makes it 19-13. Titans within 6. So going back to serve is going to be Ava Miller. In the middle of the front row, the block, beautiful block there. Castro and Wright double team for the block, and it's 19-14 Wellington. Maybe here's where Lorain gets some momentum, Joe. And Ava Miller, the freshman, to serve, and just served it long and out of bounds. 20-14 Wellington. Substitution for Lorain is Leasia Castro comes in. Her team down 20-14. And Olivia Ramirez, I'm sorry, that's Brooke Lemkuhl serving for Wellington. That's an ace on the line, 21-14. And Brooke Lemkuhl, again, set to serve, the junior. Lemkuhl, and that goes off of the wrist and out of bounds of Kenya Simpson. 22-14. Wellington, they're 3 points away from the match. Brooke Lemkuhl sends it. Set. Right side of the front row. Dukes get it over, and sending that over that time was Izzy Beck. Castro for Lorain, and we're going to get a point for Wellington. Is that one, I think, Joe, was outside of the antenna when it went over.
Correct. Yes, it was.
Wellington up 23-14 here in game 3. They are 2 points away from a sweep and going to 5-8 on the year. Left side of the front row, Kenya Simpson cranks up and gets another kill. Joe, she is impressive.
They might not win this match today, but at least in the third set here, they played a lot better, and you should feel a little bit better, after the match here. Much more spirited play.
23-15, Bivens to serve. Line drive. Middle of the front row. Sent over by the Dukes, and then putting it over was Simpson, but out of bounds. We're at match point. Well, match point for Wellington. It's Lexa Gallion, the sophomore, to serve. And Gallion sends that deep, and that is in. That is in, and that's the match as Wellington wins it on an ace, 25-15. So the Dukes, with a 3-game sweep, they defeat Lorain 25-13, 25-12, 25-15. With the win, Wellington improves to 5-8. With the loss, Caprice Irby's Lorain Titans, they fall to 5-7. You see the two teams get together to shake hands. Joe, it was a great afternoon and evening of volleyball. Great to be here with you. As again, we saw the freshman match that went to Lorain in 2. Wellington won the JV in 2. The freshman and JV, you play the best 2 of 3. And here in the varsity match, it was Wellington getting out to a good start, and they won it 3-0 as they swept the Lorain Titans. But great effort by Lorain, Joe, but Wellington was just a little bit better in this varsity match here tonight.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I was glad to at least see in the third set here, the Lady Titans seemed to come alive a little bit, and a lot better spirited play. But, Wellington just a little too much at the at the varsity level, JV, and good to see our freshman ladies were able to pick up the W tonight.
It was great to see some kills there, too, by Kenya Simpson.
She had the kill of the night. Oh, my gosh.
She had 3 in a row that brought up from 7-3 to 7-6. Lorraine just needed a little bit more of that, Joe, and a little bit of it sooner.
I totally agree.
So that's going to do it for our broadcast tonight. Hope you enjoyed it. Again, girls varsity volleyball in 3 games. It went to Wellington 25-13, 25-12, and 25-15. For the Wellington Dukes, now they go to 6-8 or 5-8 on the year. Lorain will drop to 5-7. And best of luck to the Titans moving forward. Again, we want to remind you, for Joe Bach, this is Rob Polinsky reminding you, you've been watching girls varsity volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools.